Good evening. You have no idea how much fucking self-control it took me not to just come back to playing this fucking character. Um, since last stream. I... God damn it. We're just gonna get right into this, because I want to play more of this. We left off on such a fucking huge cliffhanger in terms of... Also, the last time we came here, it was, like, foggy as hell. So I log on, and there's actually clear weather, and, like... Boy, that fucking intro would have been a lot better if it wasn't foggy as fuck. Ugh. Like, I think the weather effects honestly add something, when you're kind of doing the... Like, they have, like, the two tiers of, cutscenes. One where it's just kind of characters standing around using standard animation. And the other where they've got the voiced parts where they take a little bit more control of the rigging and stuff like that. And it feels like in those latter ones, especially for zone introductions, like, clearing the weather, honestly, would be a good idea. Because then I could appreciate the splendor of this area and not have, like, everything past this tree be a foggy mess. But yeah. Anyway, we're here now. For the antics of MSQ and, Hythlodaeus. Which I'm sure will be a fucking laugh riot. So, I'm gonna be playing this as much as I can over the weekend until I hit the end. At this point, I'm assuming this is probably gonna take me enough streaming that I probably won't stream anything else. But I guess we'll have to see. We just hit the level 86 quest line, so, over the halfway, but not by much. Petalauda. Petalauda hunt. Hythlodaeus is looking you up and down. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let's seek him out there first. Alright. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. ODM itself wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Buddy, you found me as a layer of ether so thin that I couldn't communicate. You think I could fucking create shit like Yold can? No. In that case, Emet-Selk... No. Your whim, your responsibility. Not getting another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes. You'd think he wasn't an eye-bottomless fount of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Alright. I ride up to both of them on this fucking mount, and they're like... You know, we're supposed to keep a low pro... You know what? Don't worry about it. Ophion. Hang on. I'm gonna see if I can camera my way over without getting... No, they're facing the wrong way. Fuck it. I'm sure I'll get a close-up later on. Yes, these creatures should suffice. You hid this deep? Wait, what do you mean? What did I do? What did I hide deep? I'm confused. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodi? There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds shall serve. Click the link on Discord. I had to look at a reply to a tweet to find the link. Oh, right, yeah. So, Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? Yeah, so by the looks of things, or at least from what I understand, like direct links in tweets, I don't know if it's hidden or they just get less traffic. So like I tend to like put the like announcement tweet in a thing, and I also don't want to like spam my friends' discords with both links, you know. Seems a bit thing. Like I'd rather put the one that's like, hey, I'm doing this, as opposed to the quippy line I come up with to justify a second tweet to have the link in actually. So apologies, but apparently that is a thing worth doing. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petalodi first. Good luck. Okay. Oh, I got you. I don't have to sleep, so I could catch you. Nice! Well, you're just in time to see me murder a bunch of unsuspecting... creations. Oh, I'm actually meant to kill the butterflies. Okay. Got him. How have your queues been? I haven't been able to get in since, like, Monday. Ooh, jeez. No, so, at the very first... Oh, right, I'm not supposed to be killing them. I'm a fucking moron. So, I've been world traveling, and, apart from the server that this character is usually on, Tonberry, the rest of the servers have actually been fine, all things considered. That should be weak enough. Nice. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, sorry. So, the AoE that I cast just then, is... It leaves, like, a, basically an AoE dot on the ground afterward. It placed it at the place that the enemy was initially, not where it was at the end of the cast. That's gonna be annoying. Sorry. So, yeah, I've been world traveling, or world visiting, since my server has been primarily incredibly congested. And because of that, I've been fine. I know the North American servers at the moment are getting hit the hardest, I think, since launch. The Japanese servers are the ones that got, like, almost completely fucked over, during early access, so I had the good fortune of being on a streamer server too. Oh, yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. You got the better Lodi? Come, let us see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, the Petaloda is destined to become clothing. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Won't someone be angry with us using those creatures? Oh god, the fog's set in again. Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. Besides, we can always make more Petalodi. They only need a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like you are, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is, whose? Ah, of course. As Azim's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For the lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Oh, nice. Sophists. Were you always the summoner, or did you want to experience the rework? Oh, no, I was always a summoner. The first job I tried was summoner, like immediately. Someone told me the concept, and I was like, "Yep, nope, that'll do it. That's it. That's the one." Oh shit. Well, I mean, how could I not? Did I get pants as well? Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Did they give me gloves? No, they gave me pants and shoes, didn't they? This crafting is getting expensive, but damn it, fates can burn in hell. Hi, Ryusaki. I do not envy you. Oh, and also, hi, late night, or You, like, jumped in and we were immediately, like, talking. I didn't say hi to you. I'm really sorry. Nice. I started as Arcanist right after 1.0, but fell in love with Goon. Yeah, that's fair. From what I hear, a lot of people really like Dragoon. I need to play more jobs at some point. I have prioritized getting through the story a few times and then streaming, like, doing other jobs, and I wanted to do some tanks and healers before I took on any more DPS. Oh, what's up, Bard sign? Hythodeus is ready to continue on if you are. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. Anagnorisis. Or Anagnorosis, sorry. The place serves as an observation hub and residents both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Oh. And then, fuck. Hang on, where's the journal? And then Orisis. Well, hang on. Is the G silent, or is it like Gnosis, where there's like a muted G? Been doing Dark Knight, Dragoon, Astrologian for a bit. I also had a love for Bard, but for a bit. They have some fancy hats. They sure do have some fancy hats. So I played Summoner, Black Mage, Red Mage, Astrologian, Warrior, Dark Knight, Bard. Yes. It's like Null. Okay, fair enough. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well, now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks. And apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodeus. Or Hythlodeus. While I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. You're gonna get me to do it, aren't you? As you know, Emet-Selk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the main man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. I boosted Black Mage right before Endwalker because I realized they added Shantoto's staff. Fair. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. Does he look just like Asahi? So you know, it's because we're in Elpis. That we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. You know what? Fair. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Oh, I should be... Noted. Nowhere near me. Travel through all of EW with my Amaro. Yeah, I bet. You were working for a long time to get that, so I don't doubt that you're going to be using it for a long time. Excuse me while I attune to this, by the way. I'm also going to set that as the free point for now. Search for Hermes. Near one of the pools? Ah. There's the boy.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Jesus Christ, this is tonal whiplash and a half.
Ah, I see you found him.
Remember when the entire world was dying and it was even worse than, like, the Sin Eaters? Yeah, neither do I.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend?
No, I didn't quite get it.
But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
This theme is good. Yeah, it's very good. Someone made a joke in a Discord I was in that it's basically Home from Undertale, and I can unhear it a bit, but the vibes are like so close that yeah, it's a very good theme.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
I'm wondering if their eye colors are unique. They look it. Could be. What?
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amostoma is missing.
Oh, shit.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
I have zero experience with Undertale, just wasn't my vibe. Also, I have not gotten this far. I'm just going, wow, that's wild. Yeah, well... I mean, unfortunately, this place is kind of a spoiler, but, luckily you don't have the context for why it is one, so, yeah... but, I imagine we probably will be getting into spoiler territory soon, so, fair warning. And yeah, Undertale wasn't everyone's vibe. And I think, if you got into it after everyone was, hyping it up, it could definitely have ruined it somewhat. I really enjoyed it, though. I think it's really neat. Or who am I kidding? It's, one of my favorite games of all time.
You're saying they can climb? with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish.
But to be fair, I'm too far gone to catch up on the story now. I'm the type who speedruns story for glam. Ah, fair enough. There's been power of flight ever since the words of Metron created sky-swimming fish.
The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
Hey, Charles. Things are happening.
Help! Two!
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Keep an eye on them, Emmett.
May I suggest we split up?
Ithlodeus is having too much fun.
Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
What do you have to say for yourself, Emmett? The tenet of the words of Metron is to create aquatic life both unique and beneficial. Aquatic. What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? Is it even aquatic to begin with? Aha. No, still nowhere near me. Bird of Elpis. What the fuck? Oh, okay, I can see it now. They have like a horn on top of their beak, which made it look like they had like tentacles almost on their face. So I was like, must be a very early beta of the bird. Ah. Oh, Meteon's there. What the? What? What happened? I'm gonna pluck this man from the tree. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambistoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambistoma. Hermes saw it it high up the tree. He climbed to get up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. What? Oh. I thought he was gonna magic himself. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, Aldine Fellspark, you are called. Oh, an intriguing name. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. The troublemaker in question. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I'd forgotten about all its fellows! No, like, Hethlodius and Hades have it. Truly? Oh, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Selk and Hethlodius when I return to them. first, with the distractions out of the way, Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thanks. I'm very distraught at being here, to some degree. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Having found the wayward ambystoma, Hermes is the picture of relief. Well, mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Ananorisis. Actually, sorry. Something I wanted to check really quick. Oh no. Trial was 79, not 77. Okay. Right. I was, trying to figure out, like, when the next trial would be, and I couldn't honestly remember what levels each of the trials were. But I also didn't want to Google it, because I was almost certain I would be spoilt on something. So, like, I just had to, like, sit here and wait until the next time I turned 14 on. No more errant creations to distract us from the matters of actual import, I trust. It was blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behavior. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and what, sorry? Safe and well. It used to be at that point. Bismarck and Lakshmi were 57, 67 respectively. They changed it with Innocence and Shadowbringers. Yeah, which I guess they're just going to do with the pacing of the game, honestly. Which, like, I don't know, maybe they'd do that again in this. Maybe they'd switch back, but... fuck. It's really, like, when it makes sense in the story, all things considered. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs. Meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. God, they've even got a gemstone trader here. I'm honestly still surprised this is a whole ass area. But, I guess there you go. You guys don't mind if I ride the horse around, right? Right? Yeah, we're cool. Well, Emmett Selk has been accommodating thus far. He is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you'll have to ask his permission. Oh. Can I watch?
This appears to be the place.
Insert a glare from Emmett. Yep, pretty much.
And here is where we part ways.
Shit.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
But Hythlodaeus hit the nail on the head. I'm Azem's familiar.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I have important things to say to him as well. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I actually still cannot get over the fact that this motherfucker looks like a version of Xehanort. It's really distracting. Like, every time he appears on the screen for a second and I don't, like, immediately click, like, I'm like, Is that Terranaut? No. I could tell you, but it would shatter the very fabric of the space-time. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, the fact that I can't tell you is, like, Emmett, if I tried to explain it to you, it would, like, that would be a problem, because I'd be letting... like, even me trying to explain why I cannot explain what I cannot explain might pique your interest enough for you to figure out what I'm talking about, and thus would explain the thing that I can't... Like, do you get it? It's not easy.
I do not object to his attendance.
Thank you, Hermes.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Huh?
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
Right, no summoning Bahamut. Wait, what about Phoenix? Shit, I can't ask him now.
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
What?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
What does this die mean?
Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world.
So they're not... Well, they're immortal, but they actually can just choose to not go on. Huh.
And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful. Always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
So I'm already seeing, like, parallels to, Fandaniel's... Well, the post of Fandaniel and the sundered lives of those who were raised up to be Fandaniel. We only know one of them at the moment, and that's Amon. And Amon was obviously, like, an incredibly brilliant, etherologist, I guess is what you call it in, 14. Like, much in the same way that it sounds like Fandaniel is, like, responsible for, or at least his seat, their seat is about, bringing about new and wondrous concepts. So too did Amon kind of, like, lead science in, the Allagan's time. And given, like, Azim's, seat is the Wanderer, and, like, the parallels we've drawn to the Warrior of Light, and that they're just kind of an adventurer who does shit. It makes me wonder, like we know Elidibus is, not the messenger, there was a better word for the title. So, Elidibus was, the messenger. Azem was the wanderer. Emissary, thank you. Elidibus is the emissary, or is an emissary. Fandaniel, like, experiments. This is why people kept saying Ansem is in this game. Yes. Like, I don't know if you were here when I said it, Charles, but, like, this motherfucker keeps making me think of Xehanort, or some version thereof. It's, like, it's uncanny. But yeah, like, it makes me wonder what Emmett Selk's, like, purpose as a seat is. Because, like, I guess we like, La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk are the ones we have the most experience with. Nabriales is just kind of a mustache-twirling villain. And given that he's sundered, like, there seems to be a lot of divergence in how that acts, Fandaniel being one of them, at the end of the day. But, like, yeah, it makes me wonder what Emmett Selk, the role, is meant to be. Because I may have missed it, or it may have just been implied by Emmett's character to begin with, but I don't think we actually know all that much about the seat itself.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
It is a fascinating question, though. Like, if a person's entire, like, reason for being and their job is to further society, and they can do that in perpetuity, and they live in kind of this, like, utopia where they can just do that forever if they wanted, like, why would you step down? But I'm guessing, like, if I was going to find a reason, it would be that, look, I've lived for millennia, and there are really bright people who could do this job differently and better. I should be making room for them. Right? It's kind of like the whole generational thing of, like, you know, handing off kind of the managing of society to a younger generation so that they can, you know, build it up better and improve it and whatnot to hand it off to whatever. Like, that whole concept. But it's interesting in an immortal sense, because if someone was just the perfect thing for it, why would you ever need to change anything? And I guess the thing is that, like, well, you probably wouldn't want it to stagnate. You probably want people shuffling through it still, so that more different ideas could come through. I don't know, I'm curious if we're actually going to hear any reasoning for that. Oh, sorry, Aldine. I didn't mean... I'll walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Don't mind us, my friend. Please send to Meteon. I'm sure this will be rude. Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation. Yet. Yeah, that is also curious. Like, whoa. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Uh-oh. Foreshadowing. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? I wanted to talk to Hermes and other people. I want to learn of Elpis and Hermes. Oh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, and you tell me something. Sounds like fun. Going into lurk mode to get some stuff done. No worries, Oro. Hope you have a good one. I appreciate you lurking too. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Yeah, she's following me. Cool. Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Thank you for the info. Hello, friend. What have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Aldine. Could you teach him about Elpis? Newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise their habitats... surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environments and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. Two of you too were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From the Crystarium, I guess. From a place facing a great threat. From a place far away. Baby. Yes. Ugu. She's very fucking cute. I love her design too, by the way. I like that they didn't actually shy away from, like, giving her, like... a lot of times, like, especially with the Al Ra, right? Like, horns, scales, tail, okay, cool. Where are all the fucking dragon claws and feet and shit? Like, I'm glad they didn't actually shy away from that in the design here. Like, actually making your monster designs an actual, like, monsters to some degree. Fucking... oh, she has bird feet. Yeah. Yeah, all the way up to the thigh. Well, like, granted, that's more like raptor feet, but... and, like, humanoid, but, yeah. Place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. We're not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Okay. Search for idle creations while accompanied by... Meteon. No. 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 You. Hang on. Actually, no, wait. Hello? Why can't I screenshot? What the fuck? Oh, whatever. Also, wait, is he a mask? Wait, who? What? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the guy we were talking to? I mean, he was wearing a mask. See? Of course it'd be this fucking bird. Fucking shoebill haunting my nightmares. Discuss the Spriggans. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? Those things? Oh no, we call them... oh god. Orei. If there's many, if there's just one, we say Oreas. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Okay, what about this bird? I hate this. Fuck this bird. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Sorry, concept crystals? Charles, this is... wait, no, you've seen Shadowbringers. I mean, I can explain what that is to you if you like. Unless you want to kind of find out for yourself as you go through, but... anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Okay. I guess that would explain you projecting your voice into my mind, but... yes, please. Okay. So... hold on. I can't read it. Maybe there's nothing to read? Concept crystals. So, the people of Amarot use creation magics. But... and that requires two things. A concept and ether, right? A concept is basically like the blueprint for a thing. and the ether is the thing to build it. So, you know, what Hythlodaeus did for us earlier is just make a robe. So he'd need the concept of a robe, which is easy to conceptualize, and the ether, which is barely anything. The idea is that, like, some of the ancients would come up with more complex concepts than they are capable of creating themselves. So, like, a subway system, like a fully functioning subway system. So what they do is they'd take their concepts, which are memories, which can be stored like ether, and they put them in crystals a lot like white auracite to be stored for later on, for multiple people to work on, for a very powerful ancient to bring to life, that sort of thing. Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Okay. Actually, this might be a bad idea. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Right, so this is basically Sense and Awakened Mind. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, leave me wanting to know more. Don't think about House Chiffon. Don't think about House Chiffon. Yeah, like, so instead it turns to, like, Tesleen, or whatever the fuck is happening on Heidelin right now. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Interesting. So, she can actually see the distinct nature we have, where, like, the ancients have a far more, like, uniform sense of, like, what it means to be alive, what it means to be, you know, a person on the star, what it means to be an ancient and a immortal with the powers they have. Like, they're pretty unified on that front. So having someone that is, like, different in a very, like, complex ways she would catch immediately and be like, what are you? What the fuck? Like, that seems to make sense. Thinks about Ahewan. True. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing. It's a secret. Fighting. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. I think we might be bothering it. Go, 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 go. Let's keep going. We'll go and see, Euanth next? Or Euanth. It's probably Euanth. Kind of like the way you pronounce the EU in Eurydice as U. Like Y-E-W. Don't think about your Stola sister. Shit. Don't think about your Stola. Shit. Don't think about Lise. Shit. Fuck. Don't think about Urianger. Fuck. She's usually in a small building. One on the west row. Don't think about Thancred. That was easy. Oh, come on. Rude. Meteon has yet to arrive, but she's... but be sure she's at your side before attempting... Wait, what? Oh, because I fucking... God damn it. Where'd she go? Oh no, I don't know where she is. Fuck. Oh, I probably left her at the bird, didn't I? Oh no, there she is. God damn it. You lost your child, Wolfie. I know! God, I grew up with a brother and sister that were like an easy, like, what? 13 years younger than me. You'd reckon I'd be better at this. Well, if it isn't Meteon. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanth. Euanth. An apple. Could you make an apple? Excuse me. The kind Hermes likes? Covered in syrup. I want to share it with Aldine. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat, Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like to. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring you one for Hermes soon. I promise. Okay. I'm sorry, Aldine. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what you like. I'll tell you anyway. It's fine. Oh, that's what you like. Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thank you for sharing with me, Aldine. Why do I get... I don't know if I'm really a fan of the fact that this child seems to be showing the same effect as the flower we found in the future. I hope we don't see that. Well, we walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go see? Yeah, I suppose we should. Do I still have to... Yeah. Wait, is this in the past? Ah, excellent timing. That was a It was a refreshing constitutional, I hope. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, sure. What? Back already? Pity. A bit longer, we might have snuck away without you. Like, yeah, sorry, Charles. Like, I may inadvertently spoil shit about this, so I hope you're okay with that, because, like, Endwalker has been really good so far. And the place we are at right now is just, like, I can't even communicate how unexpected... Yeah, I'm cool. Okay, yeah. But, like, again, I can't communicate how unexpected this particular aspect is, because, like, what I thought was going to be the end happened at level 84. So, like, everything beyond this, I'm just, like, trying to go, like, where in the fuck are we going with this? There you are. You can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Aldine wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you all keeping Medion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emetzelk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? Oh, come off it! I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with a convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind to see the joy his presence brings Medion. I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Aldin is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Of course. Oh, fuck. Thought I got rid of this thing earlier. I wish the studium deliveries would stop handing me useful food. I'm just taking inventory space. Mm-hmm. Armor. Wait, why do you all have armor here? Oh. Wait. Wait, really? What? Hold on. Oh, that didn't get put in my inventory, did it? Don't do it. Don't you fucking do it. Not on my stream. I think it might be time for a spring cleaning. Enough of that. Alright. Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't even do the thing after that. Nice. Sorry, I changed out of the robes. I like this too much. Lives apart. Composure regained. Hermes is ready to return to his duties. All that dungeon gear could go towards gacha crates right now. True. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Right. So that's how they justify monster having enemies out here. Is just that, hey, we've created a lot of stuff. Some of it might just attack you. Please be careful. Because, yeah, like, this being, like, essentially, like, a research facility, I was kind of worried that, like, having it as a whole zone would, like, restrict a lot of the, opportunity for, how should I put it? Like, having, like, fights and encounters here and, like, obviously putting obstacles in your way, but, no, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if the next dungeon is here or somewhere else. Someday I'll get the Omega mount through that gacha crate. You know, good luck. This here is a new species of Petaloda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we can release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Wouldn't have the fucking foggiest. Well, not for you guys, anyway. It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born with magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I have received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Why don't we have our friend here to show them off? Okay, summons a phoenix. What the fuck? Well, I guess I could have made that joke earlier when, I was taking down the Petalodas. For, Hythlodaeus. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteon. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, it is a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. Watch this, summons Hildebrand. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the Ambystoma? Sup? Yes. Lightning Pneuma. Just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their ether. Appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? Feed? Oh. Like, I already have my book out, like... Wait, we're not gonna kill them? Okay. By using this lightning converger, you can harness the ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Okay. Lightning converger. Using this concept crystal, anyone can harness lightning regardless of spellcasting skill. Perfectly done, Aldine. Look. See how they gather to feed? How they impress themselves, or express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words? Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as a Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaloda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon an arcane entity? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you've finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They miss nothing of note. And we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers. Man, it is a fucking shame what Fandaniel became. Oh my god. Gubu. Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. A combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that this this random assortment of features? Emmett Selk millennia later learning what a Gubu is. You're fucking joking. It's adorable, but beware it sneeze. Hermes went flying once. Oh boy.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelechy's. Like me.
Ah, okay. So maybe Medion was, like, inspired by it instead.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
Go on.
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions.
Uh-huh.
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wow.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
Uh-oh. Okay, Emmett. Come on. Every party needs a pooper, and that's why they invited you. Go on.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh. Oh.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
Oh my god. Fuck me. Like, Hermes, who ended up being Fandaniel, is, like, probably, like, even amongst, like, what we're seeing right now is that Hermes is such a fucking brilliant mind in the things they were studying, that even they knew about things the fucking Convocation didn't know about. Oh my god.
And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation.
Oh my god, even they don't know about it. Well, actually, that probably makes sense, because what we know about the final days is that the people of Amarot couldn't actually figure out what the cause was, and we theorize that it's got something to do with Dynamis, or Akasha. So it makes sense. But what's fascinating here is that there is actually people who know about it, and Hermes is, like, knowledgeable enough in it that he's been able to create a living being who is like, what's the word for it? Attuned to it. It's like theoretical magic, although I guess at this point Yes. Yes. Theoretical physics.
What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis.
Huh.
'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Wow. So this is, like, on the level of being comprised of, like, okay, this isn't going to be exactly the same, but it's like carbon-based beings versus hydrogen-based beings. Like, imagine if those two, like, conducted energy at different rates, and because one didn't, it was actually more susceptible to, like, lower frequency energy. Like, if carbon-based beings were able to, like, conduct electricity a lot more, then hydrogen-based beings would be able to, like, channel cosmic energies more. It's on that level. Like, ether is such a plentiful thing in the life that exists as a result of the ancients that, like, the proportion of us that could attune to Dynamis is so little that we can't actually manipulate or perceive it. Which puts us in a really bad position, because, like, if that's the thing that's actually affecting the final days, what in the fuck are we meant to be doing about that?
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it.
Aetheris, ether. Shit. Well, at least I have a better mnemonic for pronouncing it.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
What?
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
I'm trying to think of a way this would make sense in an example of our universe, but I guess it's kind of like there's I don't know if that's even true, but like I guess like what's being implied here is that if ether makes up a lot of things that like have matter, right? And I'm assuming here that like you couldn't form beings out of Dynamis like you can with ether. But by the sound of what by the notion of what Meteon is, like maybe you actually can. But I guess it's on the level of like, well, there's a lot of ether on planets because they're literally made of the stuff. But if you consider the grand universe, most of it is not made up of ether. It's empty except for this other energy that is... there's very little of broadly, but it's all over the place. Like, I think that's the analogy here. Excuse me. Like, the idea is that the pockets of the universe that are actually made up of planets or living beings, like ether, doesn't compare to the grand amount of Dynamis that exists.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
Huh?
The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
Oh. Huh.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Yeah, you're looking for ether where that's not the only thing that comprises her.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me.
Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let this play out.
So, are we the same? Intelleckies.
Sure, I don't see why I couldn't be. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job. Okay, no. I think this is probably the thing. Oh, fuck. I didn't actually think of that. Right. So, like, if... Oh, shit. Wait, maybe the sundering was good, actually. Because if we're etheric... If sundered beings are less etherically dense, then theoretically there may be more aspects of Dynamis to us than there were of the ancients. Oh my god. So Emmett Selk and that are just wrong. If that's actually the case, we're not lesser. We're less etherically dense, and if the ancients can't actually perceive anything besides ether, then they're partly just incorrect that we're as, like, we have as much potential as we do, because one of the ways in which they determine that is by peering into the soul, and they see that people are sundered, they have less ether, thus they must be lesser. But in fact, what's being hinted at here is that if it's not ether that's comprising us, maybe it's something else. Although obviously there's a little bit of like empty space there in terms of the theorization, right? Because, like, how much ether does something need to live like we do, you know? Like, we were sundered and we were made all different, but in terms of the ether thing, like, it seems like having, like, a 14th of the ether of an ancient is enough to sustain a person for, like, soul-wise, but, like, yeah, there's a lot of unknowns there, but the implication here seems to be that, like, if we're not etherically dense, then we may be more like intellecties than simply lesser beings, if that makes sense. I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but sheer determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
I guess you'll find out.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
Thank you, Hermes.
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Oh, wait.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Wait, that's why the final days is different for us. The final days manifested in beings that weren't as etherically dense as the ancients, transforming into beasts because of Dynamis. That's why it's happening to us, the people, whereas with the ancients it was happening to their creation magics, which I had theorized or like earlier in the expansion that like creation magic actually somewhat leverages that, because as we've established a long time now, our form of summoning, there's an aspect to it that is entirely like emotional and purpose-driven, which isn't just the ether, right? Which, like, it would make sense, maybe that's Dynamis to some degree, which would explain why the creations were turning into beasts, because they are a lot more etherically thin, thus theoretically more affected by Dynamis, much like sundered beings would be. I'm really glad I sat there and thought about the implications of that, and then Hermes literally confirmed that that was probably the implication by that. Sometimes I don't like being called out by, having the game call out literally what I was talking about just then, but sometimes I'm like, I feel good that I thought about that and actually came up with the same answer. Feels good, man. Hi. I love my work, yet at times such as this, the mind wanders. Where might I go? What monuments to man's ingenuity might I see? And I only have the time to spare. $890 west, Jesus Christ. This is a big zone. Still don't have any ether current quests. Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Interlechies. I can only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Their greatest contribution. Emmett Selk appears to be deep in thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? What do you specialize in? I want to ask that. Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation? Ah, I should be glad to share the tale. Thank you, Hythlodius. Or Hythlodius. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. But I want to... Emmett, why are you so sudden? What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 officers, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Metron, specialist in aquatic life, Logrif, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarut, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerololth, specialist in medicine and healing, and Lahabrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. Is that why summoning is so prevalent on the Source? Because Lahabrea's specialty was fucking summoning? Fucker. As for the latter category, there is Altima, advocate of the arts, Igeorm, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order, Emmett Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular. Huh. Fandaniel, pursuer of the extant phenomena, and Azem, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much. You would do well to remember it all. No need to be jealous. Dude can just casually summon a whole city. Ah, yeah, it's nothing. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Hythlodius is the real deal. Or Hythlodeus, sorry. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released up unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis? This is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Oh, awesome. That's where one of my, ether currents is. I need to get, glamour items for my Chocobo. I really don't have that many. If any, actually, come to think of it. I should probably take a break in a few minutes. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to reload that. Fuck. Stop. Thank you. Oh. Oh! Oh, forgive me. I thought I had another member of the convocation to come. Oh, this is turning out to be an eventful day. Oh, right, because I look like SM. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't hit the jump button. Need a second hand for that. Serpentine bird. Or a winged snake. There's a slight difference in etheric balance between these Caribdis. By this, it would be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. Why is this one blue and shiny? Hermes? I understand there was a problem with one of the, Charybdis? Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept would all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such a change to manifest in so few generations, they're too unstable, too flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this one allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth as unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows? Somewhat out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Come on. Walkies. Okay, then what's up, Hythlodius? Or Hythlodaeus. Fuck! Hythlodaeus is a man of ideas. What he has up this time? Thought up this time. MXLT's out. Oh, fuck. I should have talked to Emmett. I should have tried to see if I could talk to Emmett before I did this. Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creatures along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I'm loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it could also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Aldine, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. With the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Why? Why do you do this, video game? $575 west. No, go away. Turkey deer? I don't know. Elpis is a weird and wonderful place. Oh, I fucking... I have a favor without the U. Fuck you. Two. Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. Just say please. Did that really have to... Oh my god. Why is it so particular? I hate it.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Incorrect. I am.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
I love this man.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
I'll fucking fight you, motherfucker.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
How dare you use a child against me?
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Nice. Holy shit.
I will aid it once it is taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
I wonder... Like... It's probably more because the Warrior of Light is the Warrior of Light than it is that they're like a fragment of Zen. But I wonder if this experience maybe like made him second guess, like, maybe I actually can. Maybe I actually should take a chance on these people. Obviously, I don't think we'd get any clear answers to that, nor does it really matter, but it's an interesting thing to consider.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Ooh. This might also get Emmett away from us so we can talk.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
I was.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was. On the strength of my ability to see ether.
Huh.
But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree.
You can say that again.
If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
As I take it.
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow.
As
His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
It did it. They did it.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Alright. I am going to take a break here real quick. Probably gonna go for another, like, 2 or 3 hours, I think. It really depends on how early I want to wake up tomorrow and how long I want to stream tomorrow. Because, like, I want to get through the rest of this game on the weekend. Because I want to kind of, like, both... I want to be able to not get spoiled on things, and I also want to be able to start doing extremes with some of my raid buds. Which takes time. But also requires me being able to be level 90 and have finished the MSQ. So yeah. But regardless, I'm at least gonna take a break for now. Probably take a... Ifrit? Can you fucking... Oh. Yes, thank you. Right in front of me, you douche. Alright. Yeah. I'll be right back in about a few minutes. I'm back. I need to get new headphones at some point. Okay. Time to do a thing. Just wave. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. Why does that look familiar? And I associate that with Bismarck. Aldine and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. Creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you would need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say, rather than hoping the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. Oh boy, eugenics. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort to giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes? I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to the Agnonoris. Bleh. Anang. Fuck. I'm gonna struggle with this every single time. Ananorisis. 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 Ananorisis? Ananorisis, I think. Whoa. Drawing the thunderstroke. No, thank you. I'm good. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can get that now? I don't know how... Oh no, this doesn't seem to be a complete circle. It seems to drift off over there. So it might be on this isle. Northwest? Oh, it might be up here. Hold on. See if it's turned back to west yet. No. Might actually be up here. Oh, shit. It's gonna be on the fucking... Hang on. It's gonna be, like, still a bit west, isn't it? Yep. No, it's on the... It's on the other one. Up here. Dang it. Oh, well, at least I know. Honestly, I would have kicked myself if I missed that, but, yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the end most of all. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? Alright, Emmett, what's up? What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have an impediment. Bleh. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Uh-huh. Hitlerdeus laughs. Yay, I got more pants. Ether to ether. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Tell me, Aldine, in the course of watching me, have you learnt aught of value? Nothing so far, but I'm hopeful that will change. Dynamis seems promising. Not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it either. Dynamis. That seems important. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It was the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Literally where I came from. Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. Oh, just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Oh, off he goes. Hermes, wait! I guess we should go take a look. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. God damn it. Descriptions for coconuts in game. In the southern seas, Lalafels launched their comrades from catapults in order to fetch these palm seedlings from tall trees. Oh, I mean, yeah, you know. Whatever works. You know how it is. Oh. Ether quest. God, it really is going to take me a weekend to get through this game. Not that that's really surprising, but hey. It is what it is. Socles regards you with pointed interest. The sheer inefficiency. They should be using trebuchets. I don't think so. I think trebuchets are a bit over the top. Welcome, friend, to Ananorisis. I am Socles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head of Overseer of Elpis. And you are... Oh, how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case you need only mention my name to, Carmion, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Okay. There, all is well. Nothing to fear. Yes? Yes, what can I do for you? I was told you'd be a tour guide. Aldine, is it? And Overseer Socles wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh. No, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Anida. Or Anida, sorry. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge in the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment if you like. Absolutely. Then let us begin. You know, rather than me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Ananorisis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once you've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Socles. There's accompanying you. Alright, cool. So then we talk to 3 of her colleagues. What is that? Yo, what the fuck? Nikias. A Carmion? Oh, and who's your friend? A Zem's familiar? Why, you appear as so astute and deliberate in your thinking. She'd very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at all, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. But of course, if a Zem might grant us permission, then you could abide here a few years while I analyze... And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Aldine. Yep. Got it. Hit the sprint button. Paramonos. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Correct. Yes, I am accompanying Aldine here on a tour of Ananorisis. I don't know how that would actually be pronounced, given like given how like Hythlodaeus is pronounced. I don't know how that would be pronounced, so I'm just going to pronounce it however the fuck it comes out. At the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Well, feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory. Especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Is he always like that? Yes, 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 he is. Like, trebuchets are going to result in more deaths. Catapults at least have, like, a chance of someone not losing a limb when they hit the tree, you know? Blaste? Hello, Charmeron. Was there something? The Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Socles. Like, okay, so for example, this name here. If I had to guess, Eurydice? I don't think it's Eurodome. I think it'd be Eurydice. But, like, yeah, like, really fundamental Latin languages, I don't understand how words. I see you completed the tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Ananorosis, and I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Socles. I see. What is your impression of the work we do here? It attracts some interesting people. It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognitive faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. I don't know. As far as I know, I'm here via happenstance, ma'am. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity. And one of the Zems, no less. Thank you for the invitation, but I must be going. One of the convocation is kind of, like, helping me with a thing, so I, probably shouldn't keep them waiting. Southwest. Okay, we're heading in that direction. Maybe we'll find it. Oh. Oh, shit. The Occupite is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. Lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Silk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow up with Aldine. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. No, you're going in the wrong direction. I need to go further. Oh. Oh, south. Okay. I feel like the ether... What? Yggdrant. That's certainly a combination of names. Or concepts, rather. West, yeah, definitely over there. Which looks to be where we're going, thankfully. Yep, there it is. This just really is, like, basically Azizla in terms of, like, being just, like, impossibly in the sky. Oh, there's an aether current right there. Nice. Yet further west. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think. I'll know him when I see him. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dang it. I was gonna go on my mount and find another fucking... blonde-haired woman. Find another ether current. Although I guess I can still go have a look for it. It should be around here somewhere. Probably on the other side of the cliff here. Ah, there. I should have hit the etherite before I did this, but oh well. It's fine. Actually, hold on. Does... No, the rights all cost MP. Do you just walk over? Yeah, you do. Okay, good. Blonde-haired man. Dark-haired man. Doors! That's Doors! Well now, if this isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Hades was looking for you. Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I hadn't realized you two had decided to help me search for doors. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the field in restraints. Frenzied as they are, I couldn't well return them to Catesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14? What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. That's, yeah, quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashtarat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate the subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaoness, it is all the Lycaonesses have. Or Lycaonese. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. I feel like the fact that we haven't seen what these, Lycaonese are, speaks to, we would recognize them to some degree. And, yeah. Meteon is, none too pleased. We have a duty to the star, this I know. But it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Oh. Unfortunately, also very true when it comes to the fucking ancients. Sentimental gift. You needn't be an Entelechy to feel the weight of bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Aldine. Fuck, I want to go to the meeting. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care? Yeah, alright. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Aldine? The meeting with Hermes will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Okay. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at 12 Wonders. Oh. I thought that was all of them. Alright, let's have a look. Tree in bloom. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Okay. Slender tree? Junkmonger? Oh. Right. Tall slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Alright, if you say so. 172 north. That's probably too far. That's a lot of flowers. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Familiar plant. Oh, no. Creature. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Ooh, a conion. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Aldine. Spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Side-eyeing that plant as we walk away. I'm waiting for it to shoot. Oh, shit. That thing. Junction? Oh, for fuck's sake, God damn it. Mount. Fuck. I'm really not good at looking after my, companions. You spy nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some tiny few flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Aldine. Something big. Huge. It's been a while. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the morbol-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The thing around its mouth looks like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Aldine? Would he like it? No. It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Aldine, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something after that, I promise. Sure, as long as I don't have to fight a griffin. Lush field. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aww, there's nothing. Shiny thing over there. What could it be? Oh, it's more of these. More of the Elpis. Excuse me. Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelecchies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower is dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've known the pain of sorrow, pain and sorrow of loss. I felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a fear. Well. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Aldine, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Sure. Just give me 2 seconds to think about three people in particular, and I'm sure that'll happen. Truly? You'll do it? Thank you, Aldine. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. Can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Would my emotions alone be strong enough to actually do that, though? Because they usually turned black in the presence of like overwhelming, overriding feelings that were more broad and Hippothoe. Hippothoe's side is a familiar creature. Oh my god, it's a cat bat thing. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with that concept. Ha 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 ha. Oh, just my little joke. Aldine, was it? I'm Hippothoe. Yes, yes, we're getting to that. Aldine, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aelouros. Aelouros. The Aelouri are one of the newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mewl loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Aelouros under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. Today we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that that her task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. You can't have beasts running amok. Sure. Aldine, where are you going? Chasing Catbat. I'll be right back. I swear this is important. Uh-oh. Let me guess, I'll have to kill both of them. Euros alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Oh dear. Alright. Alright, you two, break it up. Easy. Did it just go back to... Yeah, okay, cool. Oh god, I've already been playing for 3 hours. I feel like I've barely done anything in this zone. Although I suppose I've got the, half of the side quest, Aether Currents done. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? I mean, they did find 2 warring creatures. As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Aloy are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Haha, no thank you. Maybe once I'm done with the main quest. I should go through some side quests at some point. Seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished. Oh. Howdy.
Hermes!
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Yes, now watch me make this Elpis flower disappear.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Oh. Shit.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey. traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right!
Am I still in the same position? Fuck. Damn it. And it's cloudy now. Shit. I can't see what was out there. Man. God, it's a fucking shame what ended up happening to Fandaniel. Like, the fact that they were... I'm going to assume the fact that they were sundered. Because, like... Amon, the sundered form before being risen to the seat of Fandaniel, very much had a similar outlook, though dealing with a very different kind of person. Like, the people that Amon encountered that kind of soured his perspective on people was very much, is very much the same as the way that Fandaniel, or sorry, Hermes here, regards his fellow ancients, where they both take issue with the motivations behind, the experimentation that comes from it. Both concerned for the subjects of that. Amon to a much, like, more cynical kind of bent, where he's not so much, like... He's not so much concerned with the life that's ruined as a result, but more just, like, detesting the motivation of the people around him that lead that to be the case. Whereas Hermes is, like, very, like, focused on the loss of life that occurs as a result of their experimentation. Amon, like the rest of the Allegons, was a colossal dick. Well, yes, there is that. But you can see, like, similar strains of it, right? And when Amon is risen to the seat of Fandaniel, he seems to take that to, like, an extensive degree, where, like, well, actually, all of the people around me are unredeemable pieces of shit. So, fuck it. I do not care anymore. It is not worth preserving the world for any of the ancients, because fuck them. It is not worth preserving the world for any of the people who are here now, because extra fuck them. Fuck it entirely. But Hermes, at least, is like... wouldn't go to that extent. Hermes is very much aware that the loss of life is not to be taken lightly. And it's a real shame that this guy here, one of the few people amongst, like, the ancients, as seems to be implied, who is very receptive to, like, the broader picture outside of just furthering the perfection of the star, ends up being reduced in the long run to a maniacal fuckwit who doesn't give a shit about life whatsoever, because during their life before they were risen to their Asian seat, they dealt with the Allegons. like... like, I do not feel one bit of remorse for Fandaniel, but it fucking sucks that Hermes, upon the Sundering, is just gone. Hermes is a soft-spoken moral objector, the guy who'd try and say, hey, this is kind of fucked up, but he gets drowned out by the others. Yeah, like, and doesn't see, like, violence or, like, you know, doing anything extreme as the real thing, but is like, no, I'm chief here. I'm gonna make sure we are guided by the principle I feel is right. Whereas Fandaniel obviously would take things to an extreme extent. It just really sucks that, like, this character ends up... Like, the only remnant of this character that remains in our world is Fandaniel. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired, or you might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Fuck you. Verdict and execution. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose, as it is life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaones have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join with him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main island. Yeah, like, it's funny seeing the parallel in a character who very much, is very much aware of the preciousness of life, and another who would, like, literally throw it and all life away just to spite everyone. And granted, like, what is somewhat unclear, and probably up to interpretation, is the, oh my god. Wait. Why do those look familiar? Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied even more so than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Aldine handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. They look like Fenrir. Right. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emet, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycaonis must be reverted. It would spare you their pain. And mine. Yeah, oh god, that must fucking suck. To be, like, highly attuned to, like, feelings and things like that and witness the death of a being. This is my burden, not yours. But if you're intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. There it is. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present. But it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Alright, fucker. Ah! Wait, am I fighting this thing? Oh.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye. Again, have you considered a change in careers? I would argue that Hermes is probably more qualified than most to lead Elpis, sorry. The other Lycaones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Excuse me? Oh, for fuck's sake! Are you serious? I fell behind the level curve? Look at that! Fuck! Oh, that's bullshit. Fuck you. Alright, I guess I gotta go do a fate or something. Actually, maybe I could just do it from here. Side quests? I don't think I'd even need to put in that much trouble, to be honest, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, that's like 1,000 XP. Okay, no. No. A fate will do just as fine, I think. Well, like, here's the thing. A side quest could lead, like, depending on the side quest I pick, it could lead to a lot. At least with a fate, I know, kill all thing, get experience, okay, I'm done. You know? It's fine. I can't believe I actually fell behind there. That's amazing. Because I only need like 40k. I'd assume a fate would give me more than enough for that, but been using food in dungeons? I never fell behind. I don't think I have. Oh my god, this is gonna take so much time. What the fuck? What? No, switch target. You fucking... Oh my god, you fucking bitch. Am I really gonna die because of this bullshit? Oh my fucking god. Alright, now I have some friends, thankfully. Oh, shit. What? Excuse me? Okay, I guess we're doing this. Oh, Jesus. Ah. Alright, there we go. Nice. Alright, now I can continue with the fucking main quest line. Oh, God. I guess I'll have to make sure I eat food, when I encounter the next dungeon. Travelers at the Crossroads. Hythlodaeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Aldine? Will you come along with us? I literally have nothing else to do here. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we'll first head back towards Ananarissus. Oh shit, I got a twist of fate too. Damn, I didn't even realize yeah, no. Forlorn Maiden actually made an appearance. I just didn't see it. But yeah, I guess next dungeon I need to make sure I'm eating food to make sure I'm, like, at the appropriate level, evidently. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notanius. There we will find one of the teleporters, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Nice. At least until I learn how to fly in this zone. Which would be nice. Are you in Elpis? I am in Elpis. So, fair warning, spoilers. Here we are, not Aeneas. The teleporter will take us to Kalimelios Zephyros, the Western Island. Me for you or you for me. For you, potentially? I don't know why you asking me if this is Elpis, and me answering yes would indicate that I think that was a spoiler, but... That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Like, no, I'm just warning, if, like, you haven't been to Elpis yourself, then... spoilers could be happening. I don't know what's gonna happen here. My guess is that we'll probably run into, Vanar up here, but... who knows?
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros.
Kalimelios.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
You. Oh.
And what, pray tell, is that?
A street shark.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
You what?
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth.
Shark
It was getting
Cerberus.
absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
What? Oh. Well. That's a hell of an intro.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
Mm-hmm. I had a feeling.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
Oh my god, was Vanar one of the few that didn't do that?
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Okay then.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well.
Oh god. Okay, so one of the things I actually wondered, like, Hydaelyn chooses people to be blessed by, or have the light's blessing, we're assuming at this point. Obviously, the Echo is a different thing that can enable someone to receive the blessing of light. But generally speaking, that seems to be within Hydaelyn's power. Now, giving it to a fragment of Azem is an interesting choice, because they were one of the 14, but they left before Zodiac was summoned, or, like, broke off before Zodiac was summoned. And additionally, also didn't come back when Hydaelyn was summoned. So I began to wonder, like, why choose the fragment, or even fragments, because, presumably, Ardbert, to some degree, had a Blessing of Light, maybe just the Echo, that was a little bit unclear, but, like, why Azem? This lends some credence to that, because if the current seat of Azem is taken by someone who Venar chose, then... yeah.
Less so, Emmett Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
There it is.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Isn't that one of the few stories we know of Azem at this point?
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
I have to go. I have to go. It was really nice meeting you, Hithlodius. Emmett, I hope your back is still okay. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Didn't he rush into the volcano for grapes? Well, that's what Azem claimed. Whether or not that's actually the truth is another case. Also, what? Wait a minute. So... okay, whoa, hold on. So are we uniquely... protected from ether corruption? I thought the whole thing that we had either the Echo or the Blessing of Light to thank for that. But I guess if Hydaelyn didn't temper us, then it must have been Venar's magic? I don't think they know what primals are. And also the Blessing of Light is a bit on the nose, but...
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
No, they're not... I don't think they're the same. See, this is the thing that's been, like, troubling me for a while, because, like, there seems to be some distinction between the two, yet all of the information presumably linking the two are before the idea that they could be separate comes up. So, I think the Echo is distinct from the Blessing of Light. Because, but if the Echo... Well, but the thing is that presumably the Echo is something that prevents people from being tempered. But if the Wanderer's... If the Traveler's Ward is that, then the Echo Or is it just a coincidence that everyone we know with the Echo has had the Traveler's Ward?
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Yes.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Quick, disengage, jump off the ledge. Yeah, like, literally the second...
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
Yeah, like, the second Vinar was like, "You're from the future, aren't you?" I was like, okay, I've had a great time here. You know, Emmet, Hythlodaeus, it's been a great time hanging out. I'm out. I'm fucking out. Well, Echo is preventing you from becoming tempered, so they should have Traveler's Ward too. Well, but the question is, like, the difference between the two that is observed is that the Echo... Well, okay, so what we know is that the Star Shower awakens the Echo within people, right? The Echo is required to hear Hydaelyn's voice. So it's not that Hydaelyn is choosing people to have the Echo, it's that only people who have the Echo can hear Hydaelyn. And the Echo has, at least to this point, been connected with the prevention, or with the inability to be corrupted by primal energies, which is basically just being corrupted by high concentrations of ether. But the Blessing of Light, I thought, was like the big seal, too. Like, I thought that was an extra exponent on this whole thing, but... yeah. I don't know, maybe we'll get more into that as a result of this, but there's been a point at which the distinction between the Echo and the Blessing of Light has been made, where the Echo is much more a leftover aspect of us being the Ancients, whereas the Blessing of Light is something explicitly given to us by Hydaelyn. Like, I think that is the current understanding of that distinction. I could be wrong. But, yeah.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Yes.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yeah. Vanar literally just laid out that I can't change the past, Emmett. Did you think that me revealing this to you would not... You're supposed to be smart, man. Come on.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Okay, hold on. So you remember the point where we were on the moon and we were looking down at Heidelin and we felt like something happened and we felt a whisper that said at last and the star began to die. What if that was Heidelin building up to this moment where we were sent into the past to meet Vanar? Aetheris. Fucking... Okay, yes. You know what? There is actually a purpose to distinguish between the two. That's fair. So, when we're looking down on Aetheris, and we hear Heidelin supposedly, or presumably, speak like, and at last, while the star begins to die, what if that was just a, like, vision? What if that was just, like, a portent of, like, oh, finally, we've gotten to the point that, like, we can send the Warrior of Light to the past so they can meet me in the past? Like... In fact, that would also line up with one of the first things that Heidelin says to us on the boat, where she's like, I will finally be able to fulfill a promise long ago made. Long ago. There, I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First, I need to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. Future? Our future? I'm deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus, which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? Or ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please. Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Yeah, I could do that. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Okie dokie. There's also something really funny about me, like, walking around with a chocobo behind me, too. Like, say you've got there. It's like... Or, like, I return with the concept crystal when the chocobo behind me, and everyone's like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, it's a concept crystal. What are you talking about? How are we doing on the, ether currents, by the way? Okay, I got more than half of them. Still got a couple of quests to do, but... How's Summoner treating you? I like it a lot. The one thing I think is going to be a bit annoying to get my head around is going to be doing it in T. Because it is distinctly different from level 90, but... I tried it too, it's super great. Yeah, like, I enjoyed it a lot. I think it flows, like, really well. Like, honestly, I don't even think I have any negatives about it at the moment. The only negative I've seen is, like, a technical issue. So at level 86, you gain extra abilities when you're in your elemental summons, and the one for Garuda is leaving behind like a AoE dot. And as it turns out, that AoE dot is left where the target initially was when you start casting, as opposed to ending up where the enemy was when the cast was complete. So, like, that seems like a bug to me. I feel like that's not actually intentional, because that seems, like, really dumb. But, yeah, that's, like, literally the only problem I've had with it so far. Then again, like, obviously, once I've, like, done, like, extremes and, done a bit of, like, T again, I'll probably have a few more thoughts on it, but so far, I'm loving it. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. I found it. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. The crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often, then? Seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star, in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, totally. Yes. A past yet not come to pass. Venara is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Where is a dungeon gonna fit into this? I'm actually really confused. Because, like, the trust system uses, like, you know, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, Graha, all of them. If there's a dungeon here, like... Whoa. who the fuck am I using for trust if I even can? Second of all, the alternative is that this section of the game is going to end soon. But, like, there's an entire, like, huge section of this map that I haven't visited either. Like, 115 northeast. God, like, the game has, like, entirely thrown me for a loop, and I've just completely lost track of what it could possibly be doing with this. And where it's gonna go. And I suppose that makes sense given the nature of the quest, right? Because in Shadowbringers we had a much more clear goal. Go to each area, slay the Light Warden, come back. And then obviously it gets like kind of upended towards the very end of that, as a certain someone defies our plans. But, like, this bucked that far earlier, and ever since then it's just been going buck wild with, like, where the narrative is going. Ooh, there's a lot of people here. You needn't be nervous around Vanar. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from the public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this would be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Alright, I feel like we're about to have a long fucking talk. Oh, there's that song again.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Where the fuck do I begin? A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. Shit's fucked, man. Yeah. Not too far off.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Oh my god, how much of this am I actually going to tell everyone?
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
It's fucking wild to me that, like, we could exit this scenario with Venar, Hythlodaeus, and Emmett all knowing what's going to happen. I mean, Emmett obviously seems, like, doubtful. Like, entirely. Although the idea that, like, the Emmett of the future, the Emmett that we encountered is, like, haunted by the fact that he never actually acted upon the information given by someone from the future. Oh, that man must be fucking suffering, I tell you what.
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
Yeah, why not guide the Warrior of Light to literally any other time? Why Elpis?
The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Unless it's got something to do with the confluence of Hythlodaeus, Emmett, and Venar here.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return.
Also true.
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Oh. Has it got something to do with Dynamis, then?
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Well, but Hydaelyn imprisoned Zodiac so that this could be preserved, no? Although I guess we're assuming that Hydaelyn was under the impression that the final days would come again. So why not find a way to prevent that as opposed to forestall it?
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
The flowers are cool. Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Who? I feel like we're really dancing around who the fuck Azum is. Like, he's just kind of around and shit, but yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'll probably go for another, like, hour-ish, depending on how engrossed I get in this, honestly. So, depending on how much more I stream, I'd probably want to get up at like 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow to start streaming again, because I want to like really burn through this. So I probably have to finish up at like at the latest 1:30. This probably like makes the most sense. Yeah, which would give me 11 till about 3, an hour and a half would be 4:30, and then I could go like 6 hours until 10:30 there. That would give me a fair amount of time before I go to bed again and wake up 11 the next day. Yeah, that would probably work. Although I guess it just depends on how long I want to stream tomorrow. But yeah, that sounds like a reasonable plan. Yeah, so I'll take another quick break. Oh, excuse me. I'll take another quick break here, and when I return, we'll do our final leg for tonight. Alright, I'm back. Excuse me. Alright, let's get back to it. Alright, Vinar, let's go. Shall we begin our investigations, then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried-and-true method of conversing with locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and, Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Funny that Vinar has the same sense as we do, although I guess the fact that she was obviously, Asm back in the day, speaks a lot. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel. Oh, it's one of these. I see you made it about as far as I thought you would in a night. Yeah. Listen. 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 This particular section is incredibly fucking dense. There's a lot going on. Like, we moved over to the east side of things where we talked about the flowers, and I spent a good, like, 10 to 15 minutes talking about fucking Dynamis. We went to, the west side where we talked... where we talked about Hermes and, like, the tragedy of Hermes becoming Fandaniel and, like, the parallels between those two and all that shit. And then we came back up here, and Vinar immediately said, "You're from the future, aren't you?" And I went, "Okay, hold on. I need to talk about some shit here." Yeah, I was gonna say Elpis is super Lord story dance. Sure fucking is. Greetings, Esmene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vinar. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved you might say, occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? Do you trust him? That's a curious question, actually. I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, but I cannot say we are close. He never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone who could tell us more about Metion? That would be Timaeus. Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Aldine. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Yeah, like you can't just throw me back in time to a really important place in the lore and, like, expect me not to be like, okay, hold on, I need to, like, get my bearings before we move to the next set of dialogue that's gonna make me get my bearings again even more. Like, our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with Timaeus. Timaeus? I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that... no. Erato? Pericles? Oh. West. Okay. Noted. Yes, I'm Timaeus. But please, keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Yeah. Yes. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? Oh, worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. The birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without the riding the currents. Fuck. So, literally the one Ascian that probably knows what's going on with the final days literally incited them. Excellent. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Yep, that's correct. Although I guess that makes sense to some degree, because, like, the majority of the ancients, as we've established, didn't actually know what was the cause of the final days. So, it logically, like, it makes sense then that the only person able to incite them is the only person that understood the fundamental cause of it to begin with. Why not mimic his process? Meteon 2 is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Which makes sense. It's It's like looking at someone's, like, half-baked paper. Like, yeah, it's gonna look shit to some degree. It's kind of not the thing you should be looking at. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechies? I can tell you more of nature if you'd like. Do you know Dynamis and Entelechies? Dynamis and Entelechies? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? Oh, it must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Well, then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Probably one of the only people to not, like, discern that my presence is very weird here. Are you okay, sir? Also... What do you think of my horse? Oh. Why, hello. You're familiar, yes? You've come to survey the ground of Elpis, have you? Very good. Well, if you've any pressing questions, do let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. What do you do here? What do you know about me? Oh, how thoughtful. I'm a taxonomist employed here at Poiten Oikos. I think that's how you pronounce it again. Responsible for bequeathing the creations that pass through Elpis with logical, yet mellifluous? Mellifluous. Hold up. Pleasingly smooth or musical to the ear.
Mellifluous.
Mellifluous. Here's it pronounced. It's pronounced not the right way, right? Fuck. Mine is marvelous work. I often spend my days composing inspiring verses about flora and fauna. Some find these methods odd, I know, but the well of taxonomic creativity dries up rather quickly once you've seen 12 renditions of the same concept in different skins, let me tell you. Uh-huh. Methinks someone on the dev team had someone's ear when writing that character. Maybe an artist, perhaps. I don't know. Hi. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling, as Monet has mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Witness to the spectacle. Venara's musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. On that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from an unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. Fuck. I wonder if that's how the Midgard Sorma came to find Hydaelyn. Like, something directed Midgard-Zorma to, or Aetheris, I guess we're calling it now. Something guided Midgard-Zorma there. But Midgard-Zorma seems to regard the star as Hydaelyn, not Aetheris. And I guess, like, obviously, like, you know, travel between worlds is very slow, especially depending on where Midgard-Zorma actually came from. So it, like, you know, there could have been, you know, Hermes sends off a sister, finds Midgard-Zorma, and by the time Midgard-Zorma comes back... Well, actually, we know for a fact that the star had been sundered when Midgard-Zorma actually made their way here. So, yeah, never mind. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Do we know where Midgard-Zorma landed? If I remember correctly, Vritra, I think it was, mentioned that Midgard-Zorma only knew the star as it was once it was sundered. So I'm pretty sure Midgard-Zorma appeared after Hydaelyn was summoned, which is why I think Midgard-Zorma has, or regards the star as Hydaelyn, not just, obviously, the primal. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of a deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Nice, that's where my next Aether Current is. Warrior of Light with their compass out, going like, please say west, please say west, please say west, please say west. Oh, come the fuck on. Are you serious? Bullshit. Skyrim cliff climbing fucking lied to me. South. Next door down, maybe? Oh, no, east. Ah. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetia Crystalline, the facility where they achieve archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, their interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Alright. You have you have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I can conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what is it you wish to speak with me about? I suppose probably Meteon, right? Chief Overseer's personal research project. By that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest, Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. It sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vinar, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this site which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or could you hear it from her lips directly? Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vinar? Even though such pursuits must continually regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. It is a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem? And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archive seal. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I mean, obviously Vinar didn't return to the star after she gave up the seat of a Zem, but I get the distinct impression that Vinar is, thinks there's more to life than just returning to the star after you give up your seat in the fucking convocation, but the other archivist said naught we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. Yeah, fair enough. I remember the path of the Skyway. Once you pass through the doors, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Are we already... Okay, we're already high up. Nice. Mistress Vinar, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the, out on the upper skyway. Okay, there's no currents anywhere near here. Good to know. Because I definitely wouldn't want to come up here again looking for fucking currents. That would be a gigantic pain in the ass. Mr. Svenar! I was not told... Oh. Mr. Svenar! I was not told to expect... Oh, well, we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. Only we should speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Yeah, there was this one time we chained an island to an airship and fought a sky whale. And then La Habrea cast Ultima, and Gaius was very mad.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world.
And then there was that one time I was accused of regicide and became persona non grata in 3 nations at once. Yeah. Messy business, that. Oh yeah, then I killed Emmett Selk. And that was literally the saddest moment of my life. No, no, wait, no. That maybe on the level of killing Elidibus as well. Oh shit, that's maybe too much, isn't it?
What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? When sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility. Built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately. To hear its voice, feel its breath.
Thus is M.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
That's a good question, Ryuzaki. Given the fact... Well, okay. I could be... it's very much, like, guesswork. But I would guess the idea that, Fandaniel's seat is being given up at the moment probably leads me to believe that Elidibus... The Elidibus that currently has the seat is not the Elidibus that we know. The Elidibus that we know has been implied to have taken up the seat very close before the summoning of Zodiac. Admittedly, that's my own little interpretation there, but it seems a little, like... I guess it's based on the few things we've seen of Elidibus's memory, too, which admittedly is shattered and deteriorating by the time we actually get to see it, so... Who knows?
And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
She sort of said the thing. At last.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Fuck.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
We always get interrupted during important conversations. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what I've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter to be the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Oh god. What? That's worrying. Oof, that's a bit much, isn't it? Hold up. Oh, I guess I can just... no. Yeah, there we go. Bernard has a new course of investigation in mind. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives his research, drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, shit. Someone has wind-up Magus sisters. Nice. Northeast. Well, I'm going in the other fucking direction, I guess. Oh, God. Like, unfortunately, there's too much lines up with, like, Hermes being the like, divergent person to the degree that, like, maybe... Oh. Wait, did I actually... No, I have attuned to that. Too much about Hermes' disposition at the moment actually lends itself to the idea that maybe he just got sick of the whole thing and either, like, maybe not directly led, but had a hand in creating the final days, which is depressing but would lead to the Fandaniel we know. Certainly would fucking suck, though. Anyway, I have to catch the rest of on the VOD. I need sleep for work. Yep, sleep is far more important. Do not stay up to watch this stream just to shunt work or sleep. I beg you. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did, Rizaki. I hope you have a good day and good luck with work. I know I needed it this week. I mean, there's one right there. Now, if we were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It's quite a distance away. No, sorry, I haven't completed the main story quest. I haven't explored the area enough yet. Inconvenience, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Oh my god, and this is why Argos, like, sees us as, like, oh no, this is like a closed loop sort of thing. Argos treated us like a close friend because, yeah, because Argos remembers us. And the line at the very beginning of Endwalker was a reference to the fact that we make a promise with Vanar here, obviously. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. that means, surely that means that, surely that means that the Emmet of now must, like, know to some degree that what we were when he saw us in Shadowbringers. Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together travelled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Me trying to comprehend the Zero Escape games. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. I'm sorry. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his pack. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. I feel really bad about this. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. What the fuck? Why is it so far away? God dang it. Hello? Oh, I don't think I... Right. Oh, only one more ether current to go. Nice. Shit, I should have hurried a bit more. Yeah, totally. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Alright. This is unique music.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
My blade sings!
Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
I feel like... I'm sorry. I get the distinct impression this is going to be important for later on in the game. Like, this is going to come up again.
Have a taste.
Alright. Oh, shit. Fucking emerald weapon in here? Oh my god, it literally is emerald weapon. What the hell? Oh shit, that's the wrong thing. Also the wrong thing. Fuck me.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Yourself.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah? Shit. Uh-huh.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial. Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Oh. This song is coming back. This exact fight is coming back. And it is going to make me bawl like a fucking child. Like a baby. Guaranteed.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Oh.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Funny that. Pet the pup. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Yeah, well, I'd hope so. A flower upon your return. Vinar has Argos and his double at heel. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below, and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. fuck's sake. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Awful day for it. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. We've still got a good, like, third or quarter of the island to go. What's the name of that tree? Noe something? Noe Tophoron? Noe Tophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. Listen, I'm an expert at landing unexpectedly.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Huh? I mean, I've had glimpses of people's memories before.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Which would be the majority of times that our echo has triggered.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Huh.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet, I couldn't say just by this moment alone. I don't think Hermes would wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree.
Or at
As
least
we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
Like, the complete Hermes wouldn't. The Hermes that is in this area would not wish for the final days. Van Daniel might, but that's a different story entirely.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than look in Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethioceleticus Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Aldine, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, where within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route via the teleporter north of Poiten Oikos. Nice. You have both of those to get through. Should I try and do the next story beat, or should I, like, get those quests and then end it? Because I feel like it sounds like we're about to leave this area, which I imagine these, like, Aether Current quests are probably going to be involved on this island. I mean, I'd still be dumb not to pick them up now. Excuse me. The academia student wears an expression of concern as she scans the horizon. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. No. I see. She and I are students of Academia and Ida, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Ananorisis. So she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply gotten lost on her way back. I'd rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back when I'm away. So if it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could be so kind as to look for her? Sure. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out to touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomyces Notus, in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See she makes it back. Sure. Where is that asking me to go? Back onto the main island. Okay. Myra. An unexpected guest. Myra appears to be mildly perturbed. This is a pickle. What am I to... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are familiar, yes? Well, I am, but... Zem's familiar. Oh. And I do like the name, Aldine. But if you belong to a Zem, then what has become of our visitor from Amarot? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. Alright. Go back to the main island and kill shit. Nice. Oh, okay. One of them is on the main island. Do eat the stuff and call it in my own... Yeah. It's probably going to take long enough that it'll hit 1:30, and by then I'll probably want to, like, obviously chill before I go to bed. Yeah. That's about right. Hey, you alright? Oh, thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I'm Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Maria sent you to fetch me? Or Myra? I see. Well, we best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we'll go back to here. Oh, God. It really feels like the next dungeon is going to be, like, past this entire area. Which makes me think we're probably going to be fighting our way back into, like, Charlian at this rate. Because I'm pretty sure the area, or one of the areas of Labyrinthos was, like, level 88-ish? If I remember correctly? So not literal final area, but, like, the equivalent of revisiting, Calusia. That's it. Yes, can I help you? Oh, wait. Do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. Actually, I'm trying to find you, because you are lost. What was that? A woman asked you to come to find me? Well, that would be my friend, no doubt. Ugh, how embarrassing. I hope to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I think. I mean, I know. You sure you'll be alright on your own? I have business with your friend anyway. I can escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... I mean, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Poiten Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? Yeah. Alright. Fuck. I kind of assumed this was gonna happen. Hopefully we just don't run into any, scripted encounters and I can finish this. Ugh. Finish this pretty quickly. Yeah, like, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't feel like I am, but maybe I am. Maybe I am reading too much into it. However, that encounter with Heidelin, or that encounter with Vinar, with unique music, very much feels like that is going to be repeated. If not that exact scenario, then, like, the music in general. And I feel like there's one of a couple of ways that could happen. In that one of the solutions to our final day's problems is actually killing a Heidelin or the equivalent. Or if Xenos forces our hand by, like, I don't know, finding Heidelin and consuming it like Fandaniel merged with Zodiac. It's gonna make me cry like a motherfucker. Oh, what a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Poiten Oikos. Goodness of the evil I'm going to get from my friend. Kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. Map. You know what? I'll at least, like, take, like, a couple more quest directions from the MSQ before I wrap up tonight. But I'm gonna wrap up very soon. If I hit any point that's gonna be like, hey, there's a lot of things up ahead, then I'm leaving. But, yeah. Aldine, thank you for seeing, to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act, would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad that he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. When can we look in on them we can look in on them right now, if you like. I should very much like... I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of your battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be a perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I'm sorry. I must insist that you join us. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together. Whenever you are ready, Aldine. Sure. I will be back to do this. I've just got to turn in a different quest, and then I will be right with you. I promise. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Mitron in Academia Anida, learning all we can from the engendering of aquatic life from that self-same master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask us to produce a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Is that it? Hang on. I don't know if that's a FF14 made up thing. Ichthyology. No, it's not. The branch of zoology that deals with fishes.
Ichthyology.
Ichthyology. Study of fish. Yeah. Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Logrith. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as you well know. We do? This is certainly news to me. Though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. In a way I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I wasted all this valuable research lost amongst the trees. And I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. But before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. Yes, thank you for the Aether Current. I appreciate that. Alright, anyway. Time to forget all other quests and go and do the MSQ. This appears to be the teleporter Venard told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was recently activated. Yes. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. Oh my god. There it is. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we just discovered. Hythlodaeus and Emmett, no doubt. Yep. Fuck off. Furthermore, we confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors a desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or, so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. You did? According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. So then, he was either explicitly prevented from doing it, or they couldn't do anything about it. Huh. Seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It is time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I do not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Alright, yeah, that's gonna be enough for tonight. Yeah, so, actually, hold on a second. Let me have a look at my schedule, because I don't know what I actually put there off the top of my head. Settings, channel, schedule. 9:30. Probably not. Yeah, I think I'd expect me to be up at more like 10:30 a.m. my time, so in like 9-ish hours. I'll probably start streaming then, stream 4.5 hours, take a hour and a half break, and then continue on into the night on Saturday, and do roughly the same the next night, probably waking up a little bit earlier, because Sundays, obviously, I need to get up for work the next day. But yeah. The plan is to stream as much as I can tomorrow, taking some, like, chunky breaks where I need to. But yeah. I'm very, very curious where this is all gonna lead. I don't know, there's like so much up in the air right now in terms of like what could be solutions to the final days, how much is actually going to happen before that transpires, where Xenos fits into all of this, like how Heidelin / Vinar is actually going to factor into this, both into the past and the future, what this promise we make to Vinar even is, because that should be coming up soon, because that's pretty important considering the first line of the entire expansion. Yeah, there's a lot to be answered, and I am very keen to get into the rest of it as soon as possible, so... I'm probably not long for bed now, which is, positive at least for the, like, early start that I might have tomorrow. But at the latest, I'd expect... even 9:30 wouldn't be, like, completely averse if I went to bed right now, but... I'll try and wake up, like, pretty much as early as I can. I'll probably be on, like, as soon as I can. We'll kind of work it from there. Because then that'll be a good indication of when and where, or when and how often I'll stream, and how often I'll take breaks and that. But yeah, that's probably going to be the entire weekend is 14. If I don't finish it tomorrow, I feel like, well, I feel like at this stage I'm probably going to stream 14 enough that I probably won't stream anything else this weekend. Like, straight up. This week coming, I've still got a couple of things in the afternoon that are going to interrupt streams, so I don't know how frequent they're going to be. I also don't know if I'm going to feel like I need a break, or if we're going to do some, stream some extreme trials and stuff like that. I don't know. That's kind of up in the air at the moment. It's really going to depend on where I end up at the end of the weekend here. But yes... this has been a very slow stream, because we haven't gotten through too much, but there's been a lot to digest, which, yeah, like, as much as I want to get to the end of this game by the end of the weekend, or as soon as possible, I still do want to take my time with it, because 14 has been, like, one of the most wonderful experiences I've had recently, and, taking Endwalker in any faster than I currently am would honestly be an insult to all that it's worked up to achieve, so yeah. Anyway, tomorrow, many streams of 14. Sunday, many streams of 14. The coming week, I don't fucking know. We'll see what happens. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.